Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Jake. Hi, Brian. Hi, Comic.
Godro bongo godro bongo godro bongo godro pat pat.
Yeah. Merr Chrimas. Chrimas. Uh-oh. I have two things on my ears. Oh god. Extremely caffeinated? You drank 2 42-hour energies? Oh god. Oh god. That doesn't sound... This... No, even Russian has kidneys.
Godro bongo godro pat pat godro bongo godro pat pat.
I kinda like it when he says Godro pet pet though. Sometimes I might want to, or someday I should change the thing. Instead of it saying Godro, it's Tylra. Is that even possible? I don't know. I mean, my thing is called Tylra K. If it's 6 words, right? Tylrak. So it's just gonna be an extra K. It's gonna be a Tylra. And then something else, I don't know. Alright, there it is. Closed caption is on. I'm not too sure what to do, so I decided to do some Gunfire Reborn today. Because apparently there's a bit of an update to this game. Just a bit of an update. Last night I played a little bit with my friend. And unlocked something. But I don't think there's a lot of new things. But I just kind of want to shoot some guns. Chill a little bit. Actually, extremely chill because, oh boy, it has been a while since I last played Gunfire Reborn. Cheers, diehard door. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. Why is everything on my boob? Oh.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas.
Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. I like crimes. I don't mean that, Twitch. I don't mean that too, YouTube. No crimes. No crimes. I could crime bad. Dude. I'm kind of... Kobo is about crimes though. Moderate amount of crime. Don't hurt people. I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. Merr Chrimas and happy misspellings. Yeah, that sounds about alright. That's the crema that I'm looking for, right? It's kind of funny. You know, they jingle a little bit. Yeah, true. I forgot. I put the dynamic bones, the dynamic bones on the hat. It wiggles a little bit. It doesn't wiggle as much, but it wiggles a little bit. Chrimas is only a week away. Can you believe it? Only a week away. I'm so happy. I know, right? Oh god. But truth is, a week away. Oh god, next week is already January 2024. Oh no. Oh, by the way, as a Chinese, it's never 2024. It's 2023A. Because 4 is bad for Chinese. So it will forever be 2023A. So if I write down the date, it's gonna be like 2023A. Smurmy crumble. Next, hello. Also, hello, Ixen. I don't know if I ever greeted. If anyone I forgot to greet, please, please shout at me. Really? Because in Chinese, 4 is 4, right? We pronounce 4 as 4, and 4 is very similar to 死, which is death in Chinese. So a lot of Chinese that is superstitious, they don't want 4 as their lucky number. They will always avoid it. If there's like a 4 as lucky number, oh, they'll fuck right off. Twin 23 part 2. 2025's prologue.
Not missed but felt like shouting for no reason. Meep.
Meep. Meep. Meep. Is the number 7 is bad for Chinese culture too? Gee, I never heard about 7 being bad, no? But it's like, yeah, if you go to Malaysia and then you notice like in any hotel or apartment or anything there's elevator in it, if you notice that the elevator is 12338, you know it's owned by a Chinese. If there's a 3A in there, you know it's owned by a Chinese because 4 is bad. Come on, if you were born the 4th. Let's see, I'm 3rd. My sister is 5th. 16, 2nd. Oh, my family member is never on 4th though, so I have no idea. Language is completely made up. You could give 4 a new name. And why would I want to give 4 a new name though? Non-4? 不是四. Is this a Chinese class? I'm excited. Oh, I don't know about Chinese class. No. I mean, I'm Chinese, but I don't think I'm qualified to do class. 4B, second 4. No, 4 is bad. I don't. Pretend that I'm very superstitious. I see 4, I cry. It's like, no, it's bad for my luck. It's gonna suck all my luck away, no. So we're gonna find a replacement for the letter or the number 4. I will suck it. Oh, hey, yo? Not my luck? I never went gambling though. Is it weird? Just make your whole culture pronounce 3A as 3. And eventually the culture will just naturally come with a new name for it that isn't superstitious. 5 alpha. 5 minus 1. 3 plus 1. A 3A. 3A is good enough, right? But 3A. I kind of like 3. Just say 4 as Roman 4. Ooh. Roman 4. I mean, that works, right? I don't know if they are like, I don't know if they want to use the Roman 4 though, but if it's me, I could totally use the Roman 4 as replacement. But yeah, it's just a little bit of a fun fact. Like any in Malaysia or in Singapore, or honestly in any Southeast Asian places, and then you go to a hotel and they will notice that, oh, where's the number 4? It's been replaced by 3A. It's owned by Chinese, like 100%. There's so many. Okay, so back then my uncle lives in an apartment that lives in 13A. 13A. Do you even have names in your language for I and V separately? Names? For I and V? I mean, yeah, I don't think so, no. There's so many surname. I'm Wu, Xu, Huang, Ling, Ye. There's way too many. I don't think I can I don't think I can recall all of them. Oh, there's even like a surname of 2 words, Ouyang. Oh my god. Fucking Chinese names, man. It's so weird. Because Chinese name usually is like... Fuck yeah, cowboy. Cowboy. Kobo get... I drink a lot of coffee this morning. Still kinda sleepy. I feel like Kobo... I feel like not Kobo, coffee doesn't have a lot of effect on me now. I still like the taste though. Coffee tastes great. Coffee tastes second great. 1, 2, 3, IV 5, 6. Oh, names a replacement for the number 4? I don't think so. At least it's not a strategy that's been used in around here, I think. Bean juice, my sweet lovely bean juice. Right. Or if you want this, I don't know if you want this bean juice. Might be a little bit dangerous. It might be radioactive. I don't know. Look at that. I think it might be a little bit radioactive. If you like dunk this in the I'll stop. Don't drink this bean juice. Bad. Either radioactive or bioluminescent. Oh, hey. I like bioluminescent. Bioluminescent sounds cool. What would they even taste like? What dragons have you founded lately? What? Oh, that's speaking wild. I will never fondle a dragon. What? No. What do you mean? This? Were you just sniffing your own paw for a second there? No? Right. Yeah, fart noises, haha. Hi, Shredder. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You want fondle Derek broken heart? I mean, if I'm being asked to if I'm being asked to fondle a dragon, I mean, as a kobold, how can I decline such a request? You know, a request for a drug? I cannot just decline such a request. And the dragon needs help. Woo! Woo! Wait, I'm no top. No, I'm the top. Follow me. Can do. Ayo. Hi, Crypt. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. Chrimas. Stinky. Festive? Are they saying fart noises is festive? Oh god. Hey, I'm not judging. It's a safe space, no judgment here. I think my PC might be able to handle Gunfire Reborn with 3D. Maybe. I'm not too sure. If not, I might have to What else can I close for it to work? Oh, Yaki Biki. Oh my god. It's super festive. Look at that. the Chrimas head of rave. Christmas. Merry Christmas. We like Christmas. Now it's gay Christmas. Perfect. I think the RG bolt ran out towards the end. Oh, that's kind of cool. That looks like the... No, it didn't run out. Why is it like normal color? Just realized the easiest way to tell if beans are radioactive. Do you feel a distant hate of monkey? Or the desire to decimate cities? I'm not Rajang. Xmas Ray of War. Merr Chrimas. English is gamer. Oh wait, you're referring to Godzilla, not Rajang. Leave like 2 minutes and Hyper Kobold is back. I mean, okay, look, kobolds are most of the time hyper, I would say. They're quite hyper pretty much all the time. But this kobold right here, this one, might be a little bit different. Nah, I like hyper. I sound chill, but I like a good old chaos most of the time. Chaos good. Must pet the kobold to recharge hyper batteries. Oh yeah, definitely. Don't forget to pet nearby kobold. If if you see nearby kobold, just pet them. Even though the aftermath of a random kobold, after petting a random kobold, might be them following you forever, it should be fine. Just a little kobold. Yeah. It's like a wind-up toy. Nice heads, I know. Thank you. I mean, I made it pretty simply, right? I just sort of like do it very... I'm pointing at the head, but I forgot I only have one... I cannot point at things. I mean, I can point at things, but it just feels kind of weird that I'm just pretty much... I'm just lifting my arm. But yeah, I made it very simply. There's no like... no texture, just color. There. I will drink. Where's my water? I got my water. Honestly, I kind of wanted to do a food crime or food yay, a food nay or food yay, but I want to wait a little bit more. Yeah, it's also hypno. Fuck yeah, you love to see it. Can I just listen to this music forever? Can I? I can, right? I'm gonna listen to this forever. It's so good. Because it's Monster Hunter. Oh yeah, the beans are dead too. I have magic beans. Magic beans. And Chrimas. Yeah. The power that I've never seen before. Amazing. Now you've seen it. Beans. More beans. Whoa. That was kind of cool. More. I still love how big the pet is. It's just painting my whole head. I love it. Okay, let me actually notice 144. Minimize this. Oh yeah, I played a little bit of the finals last night. It was very fun. Breen? Where? Oh, Breen, I see it. I missed it. Hi, Breen. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. Happy holidays. Welcome. I hope you are doing good. Oh, no. Hi, Arch Muffin. Oh, Muffin. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. Oh. I'm spinning? Wait, there's some broken polygons. What? Why am I spinning? Why is there broken polygons? Wait, did I mess up the model somehow? Oh, I see it. Oh, I think I know what it is. Merr Chrimas. Enjoy holidays. Hope you guys are having a great heckin' holiday. I mean, I don't know if it's 25th over there, but it's definitely 25th here. I like the head. Head good. Can't help but ouch every now and then. Oh, in good fun? Yeah! It's there for a reason. Let me maybe move myself a little bit here. Because the head. It'll be in 6 minutes here? Oh, so it's a 6 hours different. Wait, is it? No. It's 13 hours different? Still 1 hour left? Oh shit. Because it looks like... Okay, it's 12:55 PM here. On December 25th. That's kinda cool. So finals, it's very fun. I like the hammer. Hammer good. I get to bonk people. Like actual bonking people. One bonk and that I did. If it lags too much, I will close something. But I don't want to close the music though. And it looks like music is the only thing I can close for now, which I don't really want to. I'll try to lower down the graphics and everything. Try this. That works. You know we love you, of course. I know, 100%. I'm not moving anymore. It says encoding overloaded and I'm stuck. On my great journey, I found the boot. That's a nice boot. It's a kitten booty? I want trucken booty. Wait, no. You know what? Nah. I fully meant that. I want trucken booty. It's Merr Chrimas. It's fine. Okay, video dynamic adjustment. This one on low as fuck. Team visual effect off. Brightness vertical sync off. APS counter, yeah. Display full screen resolution. Can I make it like shit? No. That's a shit full screen. Unless I can be like borderless but also go down. Oh, that works. So this is as low as I can get. The game looks like shit. Which is what I exactly want. Okay. The game will be at 30%. 30% sound. No music because sadly the music is nothing too wow. I'll be back with Dragon Booty. Oh my god, I'm so happy I'm gonna get Dragon Booty. Santa reading Tylra's wish list. You want what? You want what? Yeah, that's right, Santa. Better fulfill my wish. I better get that Dragon Booty. That's right. You want to give me that Dragon Booty? Hmm? I can cause some radioactive problems, you little shit. Let's see. Everything here looks fine. Game looks fine. We'll be back soon. Okay, have good luck, Ryan. Oh yeah, also they unlock something. There's a bunch of things here. Let me see. This one. Yeah, there's a bunch of new avatar here that I can use, and of course I have to use the Abyssal Serpent. Of course I have to use the Shiniku. And then you have a lot more emoticons now. It's kinda cute, look at them. I mean, I'm kinda blocking it, but you can kinda see them, right? They're pretty cute, I like them. Oh, varies with hero, yeah. I have this one. Help! Well, I suppose you have been a good little girl, Kobold. I've always have been. I serve dragons, of course I've been good. You've always been good girl, I'll take it. Oh, is the boop off? It kinda is, give me a second. Since I'll be playing game, I'll be like this. And then penance like this. Yee, that works. I always need to double check that. It's not like parented to my model because I will always change between 2D and 3D, so it's a little bit of a Also, let me drink more. What is the moral alignment of Sponge? Chaotic good, lawful evil? Am I like... I don't know about Sponge, but I feel like I'm... chaotic... neutral? I guess I'm chaotic neutral. I only want dragons. So if you're not a dragon, I'll just like if you're not dragon, you're gonna get. I wanna play as Borb. As long as the hero stand, the adventure will never cease. Eternal Nightmare of Demonic Bane. You may start your journey of endless adventure after defeating the boss in the last fight of Hyperborean Jokel. Did they change this mode? Is it gonna go on forever, or is it gonna be like not forever? Only one way to find out. But there's also this. As long as the heroes stand, the adventure will never cease. Try this one. Mission from above, Mysterious Jokel, Interdependent Fortune? Yes. Transcendent Arsenal, I don't need that. Ascension Fusion, I don't want that. Boundless Tree and Endless Journey can be selected at the same time. What? Okay, fine. Okay, four player account. I'm blocking it, but I'm doing Lone Wolf. And it's gonna be like a 4-player count of enemies. It's gonna be a good fun. I cannot read the words. What can I want for? 1 crit X weapon damage has 50% chance to become a crit hit. This is good for shotgun, right? Because this burb is either melee or shotgun. And I kinda want to play some shotgun today. Yeah, shotgun. Counter violence. Or maybe even just get ultimate firearm. Because ultimate firearm is actually not bad. But I never try out counter violence. Yeah, let's get to counter violence. Yeah. Going in. The burb going in. Ricky burb. There's no dragon in this game. I'm kinda upset. The game is running. Easily kills normal elite monster with 25% HP or less, and bosses with 15% HP or less, 30% cleave damage for every remaining charge of cleave. Nah. Plus 5% per second HP. Plus 1% damage resistance taken for every 2% HP. Oh, so the more health I have, the more tanky I get. I have counter violence as the damaging perk. Consume all armor when hitting an enemy with leap. Plus 4% leap damage for each point of consumed armor. 1 second remaining cooldown of leap for every 10 points of armor consumed. See, the thing is, I never really played Borb before, so I have no idea what his skill does. I'm gonna get Battle Scarred. Trucken. Trucken. I'm blocking the Trucken. Why I have a Trucken? No dragons yet? Yeah. Hopefully the next update gonna give some Truckens. I'm not picky. Even a reptilian works as well. Oh my god, the game is so laggy. The game runs like shit. Oh no, the game runs like shit. Wait, let me try something. Because it's running on borderless. What if I go full screen? But full screen I can only go for this one. The game is not running at 60 FPS. It's a lie. Is it? It doesn't feel like it. It really doesn't feel like it's running on 60 FPS. Oh, it's because it's a V-Sync. No V-Sync, so it's not smooth. There we go. Now we have V-Sync. It's more smoother. Surprised there's no turtle either. Oh, there's actually turtle. Now turtle is all punch. We just punch with turtle. It's pretty fun. Also very hard on early game. Ne. Borb kick. Borb kick. Okay, the game runs. That's good to know. Kick. Whoa. Ooh. You're not. You're not. Thank you. Didn't think the game is this loud. Whoa, whoa. Eek. Wait, they nerfed this one? It used to be 30%. Now it's 15. It's a birth, I think. No, it's a nerf. It's a nerf. Usually, when people get this scroll, they're gonna pair it with paranormality. So you're gonna be all shield, no health. 50% damage with shield armor is not 0. Yeah, so it will be more painful against health. Yeah, should be fine. It's like they're constantly trying to balance the game, so they always change a little bit, which gets me confused sometimes. Oh, yike, yike. I don't like this, I don't like this. Left, right, left, right. I used to play this burp as full-on melee back then, but I realized how hard it is on single player to play melee. Using leap plus 30% and plus 30 max armor for 7 seconds. But this one is really good though. 40% damage to enemies within 7 meters. That is really good. I'm getting this one. More pets? I like pets. Thank you, Muffin. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's kind of bad. Oh, my PC's dying. When the game runs at 30 FPS, I felt that. Why don't you come and get kicked? Oh, bomb. I'm surprised the reinforced eggshell helps so much. Get a curse scroll, random legendary scroll. Curse scroll level 3. Yeah, just get the scroll. Oh! Close combat 80%. Weapon damage plus 5 seconds for the number of hit caused by a single shot is greater than 148. So this is the skill for shotgun. Yeah, this is a skill for shotgun. I'm gonna get close combat. This one is too good in general. The other one is it's quite specific. Oh. They changed how the gun behave? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Or they changed the gun... What? It's not explode now? It pierces? Wait, it still explodes. Oh, it's a buff. It's a buff. Wait, the gun is good now? Large electric object emits lightning arcs upon impact with the surrounding. That is a big fucking buff. Wait, I didn't know. Context. This gun used to be you either tap it to shoot like a lightning bullet, or you hold it to charge and shoot an explosive orb. But now it's just there's no tap or charge, it charges on its own. Haha, P? What? Ew. What? Oh, I don't like that. Oh. I don't like that. Why? Why suddenly P? Oh, it's such a good gun now. Ah, they block everything. Anonymous? Thanks for 20 bits. Or gems. Thank you. Still hits. Oh, nice. The game is helping me so much. Yeah, I didn't know this gun is so good now. Someone touching my leg notices your hair. My hair going down your leg. Oh. Oh my god, that's so good. More? It's a little scary. Yeah. Door edge? Oh god. It's a little spicy. Oh. I feel like this gun is OP? What? a rock hard determination. While being stationary, the bonus will remain for 4 seconds. 80% damage. But if I stand still, I'm pretty much just dead. Nah. Oh, they suck. Oh, I don't want that. Oh, this guy's too good. %5 total leap damage for 1 meter displacement of leap? What? Every time after hitting an enemy, or 20% if you do not hit any targets. That's pretty good. Restore HP. Yeah, sure. I don't think I need to look at any other guns. Or... Ah, nah, not this one. At least 40% and 40 times in the next 100 shot? Weapon damage? Yeah. This one should be no problem. Oh, my input's getting eaten. Oh my god, frame drop. Oh, insane frame drop. Oh god. Oh, nope, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Oh, they can jump down. Okay. Oh. Merr Chrimas coffee. Merr Chrimas. Also, hi. Welcome in. Is it Christmas over there? Because it is Christmas here. Like it's 1:21 PM now. For some people, they still need to wait for like an hour or something. But it's close enough. It's already Christmas. It's Chrimas. Additional max of 12 seconds equivalent to the damage received. Ooh, this two is so good though. I'll get this one. I get heavily armored. Chrimas. Oh, it's 521. Alright. That's very early. Did you not sleep, Coffee? Did you not sleep? I mean, I noticed you were working really hard on the game that you are making. You woke up like an hour ago. Okay, so you did sleep. Good. I'm gonna play with super frame drops. We can buff the gun so hard. Is it dead? Oh, it is. It's kind of weird for me to like... It's not weird, but I never really celebrate Christmas. But then, last night, my friend called me, one of my mid-school friends, and I realized, oh, it's not because I'm Chinese, it's because I'm Buddhist. Because he mentioned that he's Christian, and then he mentioned like, oh, it's only a Christian thing that they exchange presents and stuff. Whereas me, I never really done that before. So I was like, oh, exchanging presents. That's kind of cool. I got this. This gun actually is so stupid OP now, what the fuck? Yeah, this gun went from absolute dog shit to actually broken. I didn't know. At this point, it has become a pretty broadly accepted holiday, Christian or not. But I don't celebrate it personally. I think you and I both have like the same stance towards it. Oh, shield armor to HP. No. Tylra like Jester a little bit. I know, right? It kind of represents Jester. It's like the Jester hat. You know, I was putting on the Christmas hat last night, and I was like, I realized this kind of looks like Jester. I'll take it. Nice. Pets and poops. Oh my god. So much pets and poops. I don't need this. Wait, this one is gonna help Thunderstorm. Caused by a single shot is greater than equal to 148. I think it's gonna be more than 8 because the lightning arc is gonna hit so many times. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't think I need this, but I'm buying it anyway. Same. Oh, I forgot. I'm cursed. I don't need to upgrade it. Damage? Oh god. Nah. Oh, I'm stuck. Ow. Yep. Yeah, this gun win. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting hard carried by this gun. Somehow this gun causes fire? Why would you cause fire? This one is okay. After the leap, plus 35% weapon and skill damage for 6 seconds, each enemy hit by a shot during this period restore 1 point of armor. Up to 12 HP per second. When your armor breaks, plus 30% weapon and skill damage, 20% rate of fire, 10% damage resistance, increase ability to slow for 6 seconds. Oh, so one is a damage, one is not die. Immunity to slow seems pretty good. I'm gonna get this one. I'll try to get something that doesn't make me die too easily. A more survivability, essentially. What if I murmur? I mean, just murmur seems fine. Recover random HP when obtaining buns. 50% chance to cause only 1 damage upon shooting an enemy. Initial HP is randomly generated between 50% to 90%. What? I mean, this one is pretty worth. Even though I like speed. %10 shield armor you currently have. Plus 30% movement speed when shield armor is not 0. I'll get this one. Only 50% of the basic road will be dropped if other monsters within 7 meters radius are defeated. Will be dropped if other monsters within 7 meters radius are defeated. So this one is going to be redundant? Why would I do that? .25 damage resistance for each 1% HP missing. So the same for the enemy. Yeah, sure. I'm just getting all the curse scroll for me and them. Weapon skill damage to non-crit hits. Phantom Skin. Using secondary skill is considered as 50% chance to increase by 1. After being defeated by a player, plus 50% skill damage on the player for 3 seconds. Sure. Minus 20% damage to shield / armor. Sure. It's all curse scroll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Imagine if I get Evil Banishing Talisman and Evil Devouring Sword. I win the whole game. Now I just need to find it. You can refresh all available essentials once per golden goblet. Jackpot for money? Plus 5% weapon damage for every remaining ammo in the magazine. Oh, this one would be good if I have advanced depot. Money. I might just die here. With all the curse scroll that I got, I might die here. But they also have the curse scroll effect. Look at that. Maybe it's not that bad. Oh no. Oh, you're dead? Okay. Yeah, it's actually very bad for them as well. when both of us have all the curse scroll effect, yeah, it's bad for them and for me too. Don't need that. Projectile plus 1 consumption plus 100%. Convert to corrosion damage. That's... Wait, that's really good. I'm gonna use that for shield armor, shield enemies. I'm gonna sell the dragon. I'm not happy about it, but I'll do it. The lightning arc. So happy to find out about this gun. Wife is asleep, Borb is awake. Ooh. Welcome, Vic. Gonna catch you a claws, ayo. Santa's here, Santa's here. A little bit small in size, but I think it's still here. No presents though. Oh my god, 4-player count? Oh shit. It's a little scary. Oh my god. This gun is actually broken. actually broken. Oh. I don't need this. I don't need that. I'll take this. Total weapon damage against elite and bosses, corrosion damage. Against enemy in burning. Against enemy in shock. The sniper currently is pretty good though. So it's kind of funny that I found out about this gun have a new function. Getting hard carried by it. Recover 100% of your armor after hitting an enemy with a leap, or 25% if you don't hit the target. If I get this, I will not die. Essentially, because whenever I get E, just use it to recover full armor. Yeah. And E is free of cooldown. This is leap, by the way. Burp kick. Burp kick. Oh, that one? They spawn with less than... Oh my god, that's so sad for them. Oh, frame drop. Oh, extreme frame drop. Here we go. Oh. Yeah, sometimes when the frame drop happens, it just eats my entire input. Oh. Hi, Ducky. It has been a while. Long time no see. Happy holidays, happy holidays. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. I hope you're doing good. With reloading, 30% resistance, 30% movement speed. I don't need that. 100% extra special ammo when shooting with large ammo weapons. Each extra ammo consumed for this shooting? Yeah. Everything's going pretty good for now. Nice, good to know. Same here, other than just the leg injury, I'm doing pretty good. But honestly, the leg injury is... it's nothing much. But yeah, glad to know everything is going pretty good. Just decided to revisit this game once more because there's a small update. Kind of funny how this gun became it went from shit to absolute broken. You love to see it. I mean, Justice received a buff as well. It's not that big of a buff as this one, but it's also pretty significant. This one is just stupid. I don't even need to aim anymore. I just need to shoot at a general direction. getting driven to a corner here. It's kind of bad. Okay. Like you know the gun is broken when I can play with constant frame drops. What is causing them fire damage? There we go. My build isn't made for dragon. Oh, that's a pretty heckin' good justice though. Burning damage. Burning plus shock. If I have a chance to like upgrade this gun to have Gemini, that'd be great. It'd be great with fire. Leg injury, you okay? Yeah, I'm pretty okay. Went to the clinic yesterday, get it checked because it has been weeks and it's not showing any sign of. It's not showing any sign of recovery. It is recovering, just a little bit slow. But I'm okay. It's pretty okay. One small cobalt size update. Sounds about right. Two meters displacement range, 2 meters AoE. I assume this one means that displacement range means that I jump further? Okay, I'm gonna get this one. Oh, yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, yeah. God, it's so expensive. Oh my god. I hate it. Fine. It's 3,000. It went from 1,800 to 3,000. The total upgrade money. Oh, yeah. One scroll, obtain luxurious gift box. Yeah. These are all pretty good. I could get rid of this one. Yeah. I regret everything. Fire conversion? I don't need that. Imagine getting hard carried by this new gun. It's not new gun, just they changed the functionality of the gun. Oh, hi Peng, and hi McLarge. Hi. Merr Chrimas, happy holidays. Welcome in. I hope you are doing good. Oh, this gun is so broken. I love it. Merry Bootmas, ayo. Ayo. Good morning and Merry Christmas to everyone. Merry Christmas to you too, Daydreamer. Hi. Borb. Yeah, it has been a while since I last played in Borb. And somehow this gun pairs really well with Orb because of the victory rush. So welcome in. I hope you're doing it. Merry Grizzler. Merry Grizzler. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, frame drop. Oh. You know the gun is broken where I can have constant frame drops and I can still kill everything. Yeah, this gun is actually broken. I'm not even lying, and I'm not even lying about it. Got him. This is your most played character in Gunfire? Nice. My most played, I think it's Dog. Because explosions. I like explosions. Gift 1 scroll, obtain luxurious gift box. I gotta change out this one. Let's sing this guy's. It's a little bit too early. Yeah, fine. Pretty good, thank you. Suffering for yesterday's feast we had. Oh, is it like too much food and now you're like having a bit of an indigestion or something? But I do hope you recover soon. My favorite gun with Borb is Wild Hunt double barrel shotgun. Yeah, it seems like a really good combo. Used to play like that as well. It's either Wild Hunt or any melee weapon, honestly. Witness exposed. When they get hit. Damage bonus is reduced by 8% if the task is already complete or in progress when the task is accepted. When taking damage from enemies, 4 seconds. The target is my god, there's so many words. So if I get hit, I get hit for more. If they get hit, they get hit for more. Okay. Task success. If the tile is already complete or in progress, before completing 5 rooms, finish 3 times. Defeat or assist in 3 enemies within 5 seconds. We all love explosives. We all love explosives. Use with board ability costs no ammo loss, increased damage of the reload. Yeah, that one. Too much food, way too much food. But it's only stuffy belly, so just gotta drink a black tea. Okay, okay. I still wish you speed recovery though. Because I know that feeling. I went to a sushi place once and I didn't control myself, and the next day I was absolutely struggling to do anything. So I kinda know how that feels. With your AoE damage, precision shot 3. Achieve more than 40 critical hits. I think it's possible, right? Random question. Yeah, what's up? I wanna eat that much of a sushi. I love sushi, but it's so expensive here. Yeah, true. I just got I got payday and I couldn't help it but treat myself to a good one. What is your favorite kind of fish? Oh no, I don't know much about fish. But if I really want to choose one, the one that came in my mind is koi fish. With all the flowery pattern of the koi, I love it. Getting into VR, but I don't exactly have a PC and my laptop as well. Oh, what is fuck? I heard that VR requires quite a bit of a chunky PC. Would the Quest be useful if I don't have one, or should I go for something else? Oh god, I have no idea. Oh, to eat. Favorite fish to eat? Raw white salmon. Fried fish fillet. I like fish fillet, but I don't know what made the supermarket version of fish fillet. Oh god. Not like this. That's one dead. Why is it all you? Oh my god. The game knows. Need help back. Moldy bun helps. Okay. Unstoppable momentum. Leave LE 30%. Nah. If you're a quest 2 or 3, that is good. They do it on their own perfectly. Sorry, I have zero knowledge on VR headset because I don't own one. Sorry. Also, I don't even need any other gun. I just need this broken ass gun. Oh, you like poisonous ghosts? Usually flounder or something cheap. Yeah, I like that one. And usually when it's like supermarket bought, it doesn't have any bones in it. So I can just nom them with no... I can just nom them without having to fear that there might be bones in there. Slow 10 seconds. Victory Rush is pretty good though, but I want to get level 3 last then. Actually, I'm gonna get both. Quest 2 it is then. I'm not 200% sure on what will run good or what won't, since I just tried out VR chat on my phone, but it was fun. Oh, VR chat on phone? I didn't know that's a thing. Favorite fish to eat is eel? Oh. I didn't know you can eat eel. I only can say stuff about Quest 3. Recently bought it and it's so good. Quest 2 is for VR chat. Both quests are nerfed the same to run perfectly smooth. I guess that sounds pretty good. Oh god, frame drop, frame drop. Oh, I'm sorry, I just burned. I don't know why. Oh, I know why. This morning I had a really good nasi lemak. Nasi lemak good. I'm gonna use the money, it's fine. We're fighting against the flying bitch, right? Should be fine. Oh, frame drop. Oh, yike. Again? Again? Okay. At least I kinda know how to dodge their move, so it's fine. A crime weapon always have 2 exclusive incursion. A blue. The maximum number of extrusion is fixed at 2. Total extraction upper limit is fixed at 4. Eh? Is it even that good? I mean, it's good if I don't have if I don't have the ultimate firearm perk. I'll take it. Death mark, defensive cleave. Oh, this one is pretty good. Okay. That one can be like an emergency armor. Boy. Leaves the lightning area after being defeated. Maybe not. Minus 2% HP per second when shield armor is full. Restore 100% HP when shield armor gets fully broken. So it's pretty much the same, but I don't need that. 50% chance to restore 10% total max HP. 50% chance to deal damage of 10% total HP. Trigger the most once in 1 second? Oh my god. Fine. Backup shield. Recover 40% shield armor instantly when the shield armor is broken the first time. Corrosion shard. Damage is converted to corrosion damage and minus 30% corrosion damage taken. I kind of want to get it just for the immunity to decay. Hi, Bonk. Oh, Bonk, yeah. Hi, Rocket. Happy holidays. Merr Chrimas. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Quick question. With quests and whatnot, could I possibly sync my Steam account to it, or is there like a whole nother store to it? Just curious for when I get it. Oh god, I don't know. Bought this game yesterday, it was very fun. God, I love roguelikes. Yes. Yes. Same. This game is good. Play it. Immune to slowing elemental effects. Oh, yeah. Every 1% HP missing. That might be bad. That might be kind of bad. I think this is actually really bad. Wham, there it is. Officially Christmas. Hey, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Brian. Wish I could join you. Persistent is amazing. Persistent is amazing, not with when I don't get battle scarred. Because battle scar always give me HP, so this is redundant to me currently. But in general, it's pretty good. Even better with airbag. Yeah, I know it's for Daydreamer. Basically, use cable link or air link to your PC with your quest. I thought for VR headset you just plug it to your PC and use it, but I guess I'm missing a lot of stuff. Trying recovery. Restore 4 HP when not taking damage for 4 seconds? Fuck no. Charge 10 points of energy in each attack, up to 200 points of energy. Each point of energy plus 1% damage when attacking. Ooh. Plus 35% damage still. Ooh. Each missing shot causes 10% true damage of the total HP. To monster itself will not knock it down. 30% damage dealing to the player with more than 80% of the total. Oh, total HP. So it's like shield and HP combined. So if my shield and HP combined, that is more than 80%. But I get minus 30% damage to elite monsters though, that's kinda scary. One damage to yourself, this effect will not knock you down. I can never miss! Okay, I have Sacred Aura. I have Spirit Feline. I literally cannot die. Oppressor. Restoring or losing HP within the last 10 seconds increases max armor by the same amount of HP charge. The max bonus is determined by your max HP. Restoring or losing armor within the last 10 seconds increases weapon damage and skill damage by the same percentage of armor change. What? I'll get it. There's so many words. Most need the PC. The Meta Quest 2 and 3 has its own built-in rig that can do it on its own, but also can be connected to a PC. That's pretty good. Yeah, we are both learning things. Yeah. Hey, I might get a VR headset in the far future. You never know. Just saying. Yeah. Oh, it's summoned. I'll come back for that later. I'm just hoping that I can find like evil banishing talisman with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 curse scrolls. And even better if I can find evil devouring sword. I'm healing. Oh boy. Well, I tried. Too many curse scrolls. It's okay. It happens. Alright, purchase the quest 2. Once it gets here, I'm gonna fiddle around with the thing and see what happens. Nice! You know what? That was a really good run. And I think counterbalance helps a lot too. Because weapon damage has a 50% chance to become a crit. And because I believe the Thunderous Arc is not supposed to crit, but I got this one, so I got crit instead. If I play Turtle, I need high execution. You know, with title Aspis, I'm gonna need high execution, but it keeps getting frame drop with all the 3D stuff that I have. You know what? You know what is low execution? Dog. Dog doesn't need execution, just bomb. Could I see Owl? Owl. 子霄. I love how they all have Chinese names to it because this is made by a Hong Kong developer, as far as I know. Here, that's Owl. Oh, you want to see Owl gameplay? Owl is kinda hard playing solo, but I guess I can try. With Owl, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need... Oh yeah, by the way, I'm playing with this. I'm playing Lone Wolf with 4-player count, which is like... You know, single player go against 4-player count of monsters, which is pretty fun, I like it. Owl is so busted, late game. Early game, Owl is dog shit. I play so much Owl, the early game is so tough, but the late game, if you manage to build enough for Owl, you're just gonna destroy everything. I like Kiwi though. I like elemental damage. Taking scrolls that would normally limit you hard for a benefit and they just rerolling them. Yeah, that too. I'm gonna test my skills with Sniper, but then again, I cannot play Sniper because... lag. God damn it. There's the cat build I kinda wanna see. Huh? Don't you just play with... Elemental? With Kitty? I mean, that's usually what I do. Just get Justice and Q away. I want to get Endless Assault for this one. It's mushroom perk where any element you land causes every element or debuff? Is that even a thing? That seems utterly broken though. Oh, Painkiller? Oh, Painkiller is when I got hit by an element, it becomes a buff of that element. Unless they change it, then I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. What's it called again? Painkiller, 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 painkiller. There it is. When inflicting to 100% inflict. What the fuck? They changed it. Convert all navigate and when to hear the balls your opposite. No. Yeah. Can't believe they fucking changed so many things without me knowing. Lightning damage. Okay, here we go. Hey, who wants some? Well, I don't know. All elements, perhaps. I did this stupid. What the fuck is that? Since when they changed that shit? What the fuck? Hey, step on this if you want. Just fair. It's fine, don't worry about it. That's been in for so long? No fucking way. I mean, maybe because I saw the painkiller first time that it's so fucking useless. I never really want to look at it again. Elemental. Elemental. I don't even need Smokebound Joan anymore. This is stupid. No, stay there. I'm sure you're gonna like some poison in your life. All right. Oh, if I got that last round, that could have been great. Wee. 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 Hex smoke? Oh my god, yeah. Who likes some poison? Actually, nah, scratch that, it's everything. All in one. All in one. Think this is bonkers on cat? Oh, it's broken. Today's daily challenge I'm hating. It makes my glint-loving, money-hoarding magpie heart bleed. What? It doesn't give me money, or it forces me to use my money? Question mark? I never really played a single daily challenge before. Alright, just get all elemental damage in and yeah. Boop. Boop. Nah, stay there. Thank you very much. Whoa! 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 Crit hit stacks 4 energy. I don't need. I'm not doing crits anyway. No, you lose money on monster kills but gain 600 gold for every upgrade, and lose max health and shield for every 30 gold. Also give 80 chance for gold. I don't like that. I don't like that. Losing gold? Mm-mm. Whoa. 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 Yeet. Whoa. 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 Oh, frame drop. Yeah, I cannot move. Nah, I don't care. They cannot move too. Whoa. Why am I almost dead? Hex smoke? Oh, you shouldn't have, game. You shouldn't have. Whoa. 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 Stay there. Whoa. 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 Although, just gonna keep in mind that this is not gonna go well for the boss fight, so... Still need a reliable gun. Oh, it's an elite boss. I'm not gonna go in there yet. Whoa! 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 Eh, no. Bad. Get out. You say that, but I think I say that because the elemental effect doesn't hinder them. They just take extra damage instead of just getting stunned or attack someone else. Whoa! 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 Ooh! I'll just take this one. Edge of deals 200% damage and has a 50% chance to explode twice. Fire grenade become volatile and will explode after reduce the damage trigger interval with the smoke grenade by 25%. Yes, please. Preemptive strike? Fountain of life? Yes. Yes and yes. Counter lightning. DK. If you want ammo, the magazine after hitting more than 2 enemies. I don't need that. I need. Oh, this is good. Oh, yeah, this is good. I win. When you hit enemy. Oh, this one is really good too. But it doesn't have element. I can't do element with you. It's okay. I don't want it. I just want to hold a dragon. There. I'm holding a dragon. I'm very happy now. It slows me down, but it's worth it. Because I have a dragon. Oh, it's a beetle. Okay. Whoa. 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 Stay there. Let me shoot you once. Whoa. Shoot you once. Whoa. Nah. Can I just... Stupid! I'll take it. I'm so glad I'm using Endless Assault. I can just spam grenade. God, honestly, I still cannot believe next week is already 2023A. I cannot say 2024. 4 is bad for Chinese. Yes, I'm still on with the bid. It's not a bid, it's true. But I'm not that superstitious, so I'll call it a bid. Whoa! 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 Stay there. Whoa! 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 Thank you very much. Hey! Oh my god. I hate you so much. The number bring bad luck? It kinda is, right? Yeah, it kinda is. Like four in Chinese is 死, and 死 means death. So usually people will say, not say lah, but usually when you go to like hotel or places like that with elevator, and if it's owned by a Chinese, you will see 1, 2, 3, and then 3A, and then 5. And gain 2 times the temporary golden goblet refresh. 2 enemies without taking any damage, take 3 seconds per complete 3 scenes. Next 2 times. This one's fine. Just lost a pretty good daily run, you don't lose enough money. Well, I don't like that daily challenge. I don't want to lose your money. Whoa! Whoa! Explosions? I don't care. Left and right, middle. Right and left, left and right. And then let's slow down. And then left, and then right. And then left, and then right. And then left, and then right. And then middle, and then left. The frame drop. Door stuck. Oh my god, look at that pure skill. Pure skill. Whoa. 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 Hey, don't. Whoa. Whoa. You. Whoa. Alright, I have to use my gun. God damn it. Whee. The hotel I used to work at, we actually were told so many things to look out for, especially the number 4. Never give 4 of anything, not on the 4th floor and so on. Oh! That's surprising. Is it like from a Chinese place or question mark? Because I thought that is only known for most Chinese. But I guess hotel look for that stuff generally? So are we entering year 2023A? Yes. Yes. It is year 2023A. Whoa. 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 Nope. Whoa. 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 I'm dead. Yahoo! Whoa. Curse you, frame drop! Stop. Whoa. Whoa. Just need to get rid of the sniper. Okay, it is done. Whoa. 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 Whoop. Whoa. Oh, hi. Enjoy poison and everything else. I'll take it. Not the Chinese place, but the Chinese people kept sending the seniors here for vacation. Oh, maybe that explains it. Especially seniors, they are very superstitious. I'm not very superstitious. I'm okay with the number 4. Energy all applies. I'm trying to do it. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. I mean, I don't need that, but yeah. In 2000 years, will China be thinking it's the apocalypse in the 44s? Maybe not that superstitious. I think it's just mostly for seniors currently. I don't know how it will go for go forward, like as time goes by. Would they still regard this as like a very bad superstitious? Another superstitious thing, just want to share. It's not related to number 4. It's related to a person pats you on the shoulder. Like, they pat you on the shoulder means they want you to have bad luck forever. Or want you dead. One of them. But it's just bad omen in general. Why? Because Chinese believe that there's 3 lights on the head and 2 shoulders. Right? So each shoulder has 1 light that preserves our life. Right? That's another superstitious, but I don't know if it's true. So when people, especially in casino, if another person pats on the shoulder, they will fight you to the death. They will go like, are you trying to kill me? Are you trying to make me lose luck? They will actually fight you for that. I'm not even joking. Especially in place that has gambling involved. Don't pat on shoulders. Do not. It's taboo. It's not taboo, but it's bad. It's very, very bad. Just don't pat on the shoulder. But pat on the back is bad. Pat on the back is fine. Not shoulder and head. Right? In casino. Especially in casino. The head and 2 shoulders. But you can pat my head all you want. Yeah. Give me head pets. Give me head pet. How about the pat on the butt? It depends on how they want to look at it. Being flirting or something else? Hey, it depends on different person, I guess. How would the year 4000 sound in Chinese? Sound is superstitious. 3,000? No, I'm not superstitious. Ow! Fuck, I kicked my own. I'm okay. Ow. Oh. Money? Oh.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, it hurts. I'm not gonna lie, it fucking hurts. Wait, let me look at it. Nah, it's fine. It hurts a little bit. It looks fine. I already have like ointments on them. It's fine. I don't need to upgrade these. Is it better? I'm not that versatile. I cannot kiss my leg. It's too far down. I have back. I have bad back. bad back. Whoa. Damage and more damage. Oh, are you dying? Oh. 1, 2. Don't. I don't want it. Dragons. This one's really good though. But I have 2 dragons now. Lightning and burning. I could make it work still. Yeah. I'll kiss it better. No, don't kiss my feet! No. Paranormality makes your armor gets double. Yeah, because I have. Makes armor shield gets doubled. If no armor shield is equipped, attain armor shield, you could fix up one. Sabotage magazine, the trust me players 10% restore conceal ammo. I have both, right? I have Evil Banishing Talisman and also yeah. Recover from mixing with the player. 100% damage taken if also within 10 meters and minus 10% moves. Yes. Plus 1% damage for each 1% total max HP. Oh, and no more curse scroll, but I'll get this one for the skill damage. Yes. Don't even need to look at it. Mine. Immediately obtain 3 random and enhanced scroll which can combine as spiritual link. Like a short chance, damage primary cooldown for any after 10 stacks. I want to get this one. Did I just got triple comeback? Gain 2 revives. Will be destroyed after the effect ends. Oh wait, it didn't. Oh, it's an enhanced version of triple comeback. Okay, that's pretty good. Alright, going in. I thought it was your leg. Oh, sorry, it's my feet. It's on, like, at the base toe inside a little bit. Who likes poison and everything else? Poison. Whoa. 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 Oh, leg, please don't eat my input. Please don't eat my input. Oh god. Whoa. 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 I don't know what the link does. Essentially, the link, it gives me 3 scrolls that form a spiritual link, and the link I got was +1 revive. But because I got triple comeback, once triple comeback triggers twice, the scroll will be destroyed, and no more spiritual link. It's kind of funny. Burn. That's kind of bad. Ow. Ow. I didn't trust myself. Deadly Curse? Tactical reload against the floor? Don't need to think about it, I have Spirit Feline. Do I? No, I don't. That was the previous build. Yeah. That you're having fun with the build? Yeah, I didn't know Painkiller does that. It's too good. You don't get the other chest? Oh, I got it. Whoa. 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 Yeah. Whoa. Is that 4,000 per tick? I'm playing Counter-Strike. Oh, dude. Don't come here! I'm trying to heal! Get away from me! I'll burn you! That's right. Don't mess with me and my dragon. Oh. Whoa. Oh, Kirby on drugs. Abnormal speed? Oh my god, yes. Yes, sir. Wheel saw. Okay. Gonna take Popo outside. Okay. Get Popo outside. Outside. Primary skill cooldown, weapon damage. Starring is favorite of yours? Yeah, Starring is pretty good. It's good in general, but because Starring I usually use for either Foxer or I think I use Fox. I use Starring on Fox a lot, or Cat. What's the enhanced one here have? I mean Starring critical on crit X. which is pretty good because it's so easy to crit with Star Ring. Wee. Whoa! Whoa! Beep. Whoa! 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 There we go. Stranger danger, no touchy, get out of here. Do not touch the kobold. Ooh. Got him. This is the most chill run ever. I don't even need to shoot them. I don't even need to aim. I don't even need to aim. Yeah. 20 seconds? Oh, I shouldn't have. Have I been through the purple portal? No, right? I don't think I found it. Oh, it's non-existent on this on this stage. Oh wait, I did it. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Oh yeah, I got killed by the rocks. Yeah. Don't even know how I forgot about that. Honestly, I am a tad bit sad about today. Just a tad bit sad on my end because I didn't really prepare anything special for Christmas. Just a kobold with 2 Christmas hats, that's pretty much it. I didn't plan anything, boy, because I was... December in its entirety has been quite hectic and very busy for me personally. So, didn't really get the chance to plan anything. Especially I had a trip to KL like not too long ago. So, which is why I'm just a little bit sad, to be honest. A little bit. Aww. Hopefully next year I'll do better. Oh, that's a good dragon. Whoa. Let me buy it. Dragon. Oh my god. Ow, fuck. I got destroyed. Uh-oh. Footsteps. Which one is footsteps? Oh. Oh, I didn't even know that was the one. exploring curse scroll? No, I want more curse scroll. Scroll. Berserk Soul? It's not gonna help as much, but I'll take it. Dragon? Lucky shot chance, no stability. Like a 10% ammo consumed. Reset on reload or weapon switch. Yeah, I think the one on my hand is better. With the amount of lucky shot chance, yeah. I'm selling it. Got him. Oh, this one's good. So how's the Kobo? Hi, Kani. Ooh, it's been a while. Hi. And Kobo is pretty good. And Kobo is doing pretty okay. I had a bunch of coffee this morning. Had a really good breakfast. How are you doing? Are you celebrating Christmas? Also, Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. I'll hold off on talking about myself. That's a good reason. Okay, I'll respect that. No. Okay, it's the bubble. Oh, my input's getting eaten. Oh. I didn't know painkiller is so broken. Oh. I don't want it. There's no dragon, there's no need. That works. Oh god. No, I cannot believe I failed that one. There we go. I'll get elemental relic. More elemental damage is always nice on key. Nice combo there, getting DOT is always nice. And when I get Dragon Breath, the Dragon Breath doesn't have element, but this one has, so it helps. And then I have Painkiller, which I just learned that Painkiller will inflict all elemental effects on the enemy that I hit, so fun. Really good. So you just need to get elemental Endless Assault on the Lone Wolf perk and you are good to go. So that you can just keep throwing this and pretty much win. Whoa! Whoa! Oh god, I got sniped. I can snipe too. Oh, it's so good. More headpets, thank you. I like head pets. Please don't be all the poison spitting guy. Hermit? Okay, Hermit's fine. Whoa! I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Two more seconds. More base grenade damage. I'm not really doing damage with the smoke, but the element. I'll get this one. More shield. It would be great if I can find paranormality. Ow? Whoa. Elemental effect chance plus 100%. Increase total weapon damage by 50% against enemy affected by burning effect. I mean, I want the 40% burn chance. That's mine. I like the 40% burn chance. Ooh, this one's pretty good. But there's this one. I'll get this one for the 30% damage plus. Frame drop. Frame drop. Okay. I think that's everything. Hopefully I didn't miss anything from the Elite Gathering. Yeah, that's everything. I think I'm a glass cannon currently. Glass cannon. The fewer bullets remaining in the magazine, the higher the weapon damage. 1 bullet? One bullet? Yeah, sure. Persistence? It's not gonna help, but I'll get it. At least it's Ichthyosaur and not Wingard. I actually kind of prefer Wingard because I have the walking speed currently. Well, for now. Because Ichthyosaur in Reincarnation 9 seems a little bit super fast. I kind of don't like Ichthyosaur in Reincarnation 9. It feels a little bit too fast. Especially the laser move. Whoa. Yeah, that one. How am I supposed to dodge that shit? Do I dodge the? No? I guess not. Do it again? No? Okay. Boop. Boop. Oh yeah, also you cannot destroy the poison balls, so it's a little bit annoying as well. Ow. Ow, you die. No, you die first. Thank you. I think the only annoying thing for the Wind Guard is just the invisibility move. That one. Oh, nice. I don't need that. Hey, look, it's an OP weapon. The orb can penetrate enemies, 50% lightning damage and... Oh no. No, I have to try it. I have to try it. After casting energy orb, plus 60% shield recharge speed. Cannot be interrupted for 6 seconds. So E if I'm dying. Okay. Lightning Shard. Coin Shot. When dealing damage to the player, their current copper amount minus 10 can only trigger once per second. What? Oh, that sucks. When HP reduced to 0, HP is fixed at 1 for 1 second. Dealing each... Okay, so it's the same thing. Damage is converted to lightning damage and minus 30% lightning damage taken. Minus lightning damage? I don't like that. Lightning damage plus 25%. Minus 30% on their effect, so I dealt 5% less damage. But I would not get lightning though. Leave a corrosion area after being defeated. I don't need that. Long shot? Plus 40% movement speed? It's gonna be a clown. It's gonna be a circus here. I mean, I look like a jester here, so maybe. Alright, fine. Plus 120% skill damage, minus 40% skill damage taken. What the fuck? Plus 75% damage when you have more than 50% HP. One copper inflicting damage, 30% damage taken when dropping copper. Hi Lex, welcome. Merry Chrimas and happy holidays. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. I don't. Oh. Oh. Counter violence? Yes. Infinite shield, spiritual link, that's a nice one. I never really looked into spiritual link, which I totally should. This one. Both Adventure and Elemental Shield will both be triggered by using primary and sick. Oh no! Okay. Broken weapon. Broken weapon. Bing 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 bing. Hey, don't. That's rude. Broken weapon. Whoa. Getting a lot of money. Oh my god. All good, all good, all good. That head, the heads look like a clown head from the video for ages. Right? It looks like I'm a jester. Hi, Brecky. Also, Merr Chrimas. I'm hearing. Why is the dog barking outside? Doesn't sound like my dog. I'm a jester, but it's Chrimas. I hope you're having a wonderful Chrimas. Also, don't worry, I have the broken weapon now. I don't even need to do anything, just shoot. Merry Christmas, Merry Chrimas Nexus. Happy holidays. Airbag, ooh, ooh. Silver medal. No. No. Yes. I hope we're doing it. Get beamed. Yes. Ow. Hi, cheesecake. Ow. Broken weapon. Hey look, Kermit on trucks. Welcome back, McNudge. Merr Chrimas cheesecake. Merr Chrimas. E. Hi in E format. It just reminds you of the EA Sports, but then it's like E. Broken weapon. Broken weapon. Yes, that's a video, right? It's so good. I love it. You did that really well. I will take it. I don't know how, but I did it. This weapon is so dumb fuck broken. Merr Chrysler, Merr Chrysler, Merr Crisis to you too, Carney. Did you guys do anything to celebrate Krima? Flesh and bone? Nah. If I take that, I'm dead. But I would take paranormality, because I have infinite shield. Electric crisis. Yeah, this weapon went from dog shit to dumb fuck broken. Not gonna lie. Don't even need to look and don't even need to aim, just shoot at their general direction and they're all dead. Oh wait, I need that. Well. Whoa. Choose one ascension plus 1 level after completion. -3 target progress upon taking damage. Plus 1 level specified ascension? With secondary skill, elite kills counts as 3 before entering the 4th room. Does the elemental damage count? Because if that doesn't count, I'm fucked. -3 target progress upon taking damage, 1 second cooldown. Before entering the 4th room, let me try. Immediately do all elemental effect for 20 seconds. I have to get this one. Alright, let's do it. Just Q all the way. That counts. That counts, let's go. There we go. Oh my god, I'm playing a PowerPoint slideshow. helps that this particular shock weapon launches lightning balls at everything along its path. Even if you miss, you don't really have to expose yourself for too long to fire off a shot. Yes! This gun used to be bad. Very bad. But I just noticed that it changed. At least today I noticed that it changed. It used to be tap for a shot, hold for a charge shot, from which the charge shot doesn't have the electrical arc. It just explodes, that's it. And now now it's just one kind of shot, just this one. Then it fires off arc. Corrosion damage, yeah. Here's some poison for you. Poison. More poison. Stop. Oh no, what? Imagine getting Acid Dominance Tree on top of the rest of this broken build. Yes. I mean, if I can, I'll get Acid Dominance, Pyro Dominance, and Electro Dominance. If I can get all of them, which is impossible, at least get 2 of them. Yeah. Because Painkillers is utterly broken right now, so... Well, at least utterly broken on Cat, and Cat alone. I'll take this one. I don't need double acceleration, I already have Endless Assault. Also finding out how busted Painkillers is? Yeah. I genuinely didn't know, because Painkillers was kind of useless. It just converts the negative effect of Elemental Effect on you into good ones. That was Painkillers. But now, that's not Painkiller. Imagine if I eat a Panadol and then I suddenly can deal damage to everyone. It's like, what the fuck? That's not Painkiller. Poison, poison. Stinky, stinky, you're stinky, you're stinky. Stinky. Got him. Oh, hey, Cicak. 30% chance of fire. I think my fire dragon's at 40%. Yeah, 40%. I like the Cicak, but I have to sell it. More? Movement speed. Skill damage. Crit X. Defeat and assist 8 enemies without taking damage for at least 3 seconds before completing 3 scenes. I like speed. I want zoomies. Skill damage? Skill damage sounds good. But have you seen zoomies though? I have enhanced at normal speed and I have Ostrich Strider. I need more. Large ammo. Yeah. Hands grab. I don't have that. I should add that one. Show you the zoomies. I want to change music. Give me a second. What do I want to listen? This one is good. I don't know what I want to listen to. We shot Bossa Nova? We shot Bossa Nova? Oh yeah, there's Astra as well. Astra Day, no, Astra Night is good. Celiana Night? Oh, this is Celiana Night. I need Celiana Day. Oh, you know what? When in doubt, Dragon Lo-Fi. When in doubt, Dragon Lo-Fi. There are a few good ones. The 7 hours one repeats a lot, but they're still pretty good. For sleeping. The 1 hour one is still very good. Okay, there we go. It's not too loud, right? Oh yeah, free scrolls, let's go. Hi? No! Shield! Shields up! Shields up! Let's go. Frame drop. Increase total AoE over time? How? I'm not seeing getting big. Oh, totally unrelated, but I just realized that lately I've been playing a lot more Pokemon Unite. Whenever I get the free time, whenever I go and eat, I'll like take my phone out and play around the Pokemon Unite. Because recently there's a lot of new updates, and there are there are modes that is for PvE. It's like, The newest PvE mod is pretty cute. We have to defend a Pokemon, and then we have to like protect it. I think that's pretty cute. I like the mode. Icy Spear works for some people, but I always found it lackluster. Yeah, I mean it's not bad, but you really need the rate of fire, you really need the inscription for increasing rate of fire, or it's just not good. Because you require it to fire as much as fast as possible, and then call it back for all crits. That's how I feel about the spear. It's good, but it's good, but it's not good. Like this one. This one is actually fucking stupid. and Justice, yeah, Justice is also really cool now. It's not broken, but it's really strong now. Bye-bye. I'll take it. I mean, if I get Giant Slayer, I know it's super strong, but Curiosity Box though? Gamble? Or extremely good? Okay, I don't want to take this because I don't want to let you guys think that I have gambling addiction. I'm gonna take Giant Slayer. And how it's even more broken with Asset Dominance. Yeah. No! Why the ship? This game sucks. I want my snake, not the ship. I'm probably gonna lose here because I'm too glass. At any point I'm in danger, just spam Q. Ugh. Frame drop, frame drop, frame drop, frame drop, frame drop, frames. Not now, game. Thank you. Oh, I'll stay on the side. Okay. A little bit too late, but I'll take it. Eternal Feline, it's never too late. I didn't get to see the snake. Oh. Oh. There's more. There's more. Congratulations, yeah, Kobo did good. Drop 50% of copper when defeated. What the? No, that sucks. Weapon cannot reload automatically. When the magazine is empty, you can continue to fire, but each extra shot deals damage to yourself equal to 1% of your total HP. Dealing damage to a player will cause the player to lose 2% HP per second for 5 seconds. Oh no. Why? Why is it so scary? You know what? I like to live dangerously. Oh. If there's a curse roll, get it. After being defeated, 100% of the dash cooldown time of the corresponding player for 2 seconds. What? Oh, plus 100% of the dash cooldown time. I don't need dash, I have Ostrich Strider. But I'm taking this anyway. Yep. Hi, I want to change skills, thank you. Each one crit X for the health weapon. Your crit X is 3.5. That's actually pretty good. Let's go. Bye bye. Hi and bye to every one of you. Explosion everywhere. What? Not this one. Get out. Do not. Don't even. There we go. Is that elite? Oh, it is. What? Don't worry about it. Elite. Oh yeah, I realized I have unfettered will, alright? Yeah, no wonder. No wonder I have so much damage. I mean, considering the amount of money that I have currently. Random enhanced weapon. Roll a weapon enhanced attribute? Do you even have enhanced attribute? No, you don't. You both don't. Select a weapon by tree. Not needed. I'll save a bit of my soul essence. Because it's now at 19k and I don't like it. It used to be full, it used to be 25k. And then Reincarnation 9 happened. Oh, I'm not pressing that one. Help. My input's getting eaten. It happens from time to time when the encoding overload for a little bit. But it's not too detrimental, so it's fine. Legs stinky. If I say Merr Chrimas to you, I don't remember, but Merr Chrimas, if and or again. Wee. Explosion for everyone. Yay! Oh, why is that you again? Please don't touch me. No touchy, thank you very much. I'm looking at a PowerPoint slideshow, it's fine. You say this difficulty is as if there were 4 players. I chose the Lone Wolf perk and I chose to go against as if there's 4 players in the team. So yeah. If only there's a blessing in disguise. Kinda need it. Kinda want it. Okay, not bad. Explosion. Ooh, they're all pretty good. Well, not all, but this one on non-crit hit. Oh, I have counter violence. No, I'll get this one. Hun, you're a Nah, I'm not a blessing. I cause trouble. I'm a kobold. Y'all gonna get in trouble because I'm a kobold. I'm gonna bite your ankles, steal your shinies. I'll bite you. I'll get your ankles. Oh. Was something here? No, right? Yeah. It's kind of funny how everything is so bombastic and chaotic in this game, and then you have lo-fi in the background. I'll take it. You stole my heart? I stole your heart? I'll take it. Your heart is now mine. The lo-fi in the background is super cozy. Nice. I think so too. I think so too. Oh, hi Evie. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas, Evie. Oh no, here they come. Oh, yikey peeky, there's this thing. There we go. Even in PowerPoint slideshow, I can sort of know what's going on, it's fine. There we go. Happy holidays, Evie. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. Hope you are doing wonderful and having a wonderful holidays. Tylra is the world's greatest thief. Hey, I'll take that. It's a compliment for a couple. That's a big compliment. Hope you have a wonderful stream. It's late. You have to sleep. Oh, okay, okay. Have good sleep. Have good sleep. Make lunch. Thank you for giving this round a shot. Oh, definitely. Thank you for telling me about Painkiller. Because now I know how. That's a surefire way of winning this build. Winning a cat run. Just get Painkiller. More. No, 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 no. Don't do it. There we go. Oh, I don't need these. I'll take this. It's the same, it's 40%. That's the first file hunt I see in this entire run. Obtain luxurious gift box. Throw one scroll away. Oh wait, no, this one is good. I have 6 bullets. Dash stacks 34 energy. I kinda want that. I can just, yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay. Minus CD 6 seconds? That's pretty good. Nice. Why not give a cursed scroll? All it does is reroll them and you're immune anyway. Because I want to have as much cursed scroll on me as possible. With this evil devouring sword. So I can get stupid insane damage from all the cursed scroll that I have. Yeet. Thanks, game. You still have 4 though? But I need 5. The more the better. Last run I had 8, but sadly I didn't get the talisman. No, if I give a curse scroll, I lose 1. And I will not get the curse scroll afterwards. Oh no, why is it you? I want the bear, I want the bear. No! Why is it damage resistance? Dang it. It's fine, it's fine. It's Vorman. Vorman. Alright, alright. Whoa! Ow. You destroyed the rock in front of me and then you want to suck.
care what you're doing right now, Purple, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Yep. Yep. Aha, yep. Yep. Ow. Yep. Epic boss battle.
Fuck yeah!
Yep.
Yep.
Copper, fuck yeah. Oh, enter next scene.
Yep.
Okay, let's try to end this journey.
Yep.
Is it still 10 minutes or 30 minutes? Yep. It's still 10 minutes! Ah, you sucker! Oh, stinky. Yep. Still only 10 minutes. This mode sucks. Yep. 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 Poison. Yep. Poison. Yep. Okay, that was 30 seconds. Yep.
In bonus stream, golden goblets dropped by non-boss enemies are corrupted by demonic energy and can be used to replace existing essentials with new ones. Okay. So I don't need any of these, but I can still choose to select all? Is it gonna be broken? I'll recycle this one. I heard that there's gonna be like some sort of recycle bonus for this one. Last longer? Yeah. And to choose one, huh? I don't know if there's gonna be any portal in Endless Journey. I don't think there's going to be. Damage? 700 mil, alright. Not as high as I thought, but okay. It's good. It's good enough. That was 22 seconds. Nice. Nah. Oh. Enemies affected by any elemental effect. 100% 20%. 120% damage, huh? Which one do I want to change? This one is honestly... Oh, this one. No, I can just change this one. It's okay. No door, right? Yeah, I guess Endless Journey doesn't have like the extra door anymore. Okay. I'll come back later. I'm immune. Oh, I tried. Oh, it's just the thing. The poison spin guy, the fatty. They're always the problem. Well, that was a good run. Yeah, Kitty is absolutely broken with that. No, I probably could have just tried throwing more bombs to get the infinite shield on. But if Anishin is this one, what about Boundless Dream? As long as the hero stand, the adventure will never cease. Is this actually like forever? Because this one is not forever. This one is like 10 minutes after. Wasn't your damage resistance like above negative 30%? I was waiting for the moment when that came to play. No idea. Was it? Is it from the Endless Journey probably? The side effect dual edge. Oh yeah. I have dual edge, but because I have... Do I have Spirit Feline? I have Eternal Feline, the Spiritual Link. So the Spiritual Link caps my damage to 35%, I think, per hit. But because the poison spin, it's just foil, it's just like... So... Hi, Razzie. Hi. Merr Christmas. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. So happy holidays. We're coming.
Gibby.
Gibby. Gibby? Uh-oh, I cannot summon Gibby by sound now. Gibby? Gibby? It doesn't want to do it. I see cute combo. Wait. I see cute bat. And the bat is pretty cute too. I like it. Oh, what if I have two thunderstorm? Two thunderstorm.
Gibby.
Gibby. Gibby. Gibby? Gibby? What's it called? Ow bai. Ow bai. Isn't this ow wu? Taizi. Qingyan. 雷洛. Oh. 千岁. Oh, 行者. Li? I don't know how to read this. I just stopped playing Forza Horizon 5. That game sure is weird. Isn't it like the car game? There's two birds in this game. Prejudice! Where's the dragon in this game? It's not prejudice. Bias. Where's the dragon? God, I don't like this rabbit. Just something about the face is so uncanny. I don't like it.
If we put gloves on those ears like on a horse, how much chaos would result? Would those ears be a danger?
If we put gloves on those ears, like on a horse, how much chaos would that result? Would those ears be in danger? Huh? Why would the ears be in danger if gloves on ears? The ears are kind of protected, right? I mean, my ears are pretty protected. Yeah, it's racing, but I'm so used to racing games being like, wow, you're terrible at this, until you like get decent at the game. But Forza Horizon 5 is acting like I'm Jesus Christ reincarnated or something. Just trying to do the tutorial. Oh no. That feels weird. Yeah, speaking of, I always felt weird towards when game does that. When game do it like just when I first open up the game and the tutorial person is like, wow, you're so good at this. That they told you to go from point A to point B. Then it's like, wow, you are a god. Yeah, it feels fake. It feels... I don't like it. I don't like it. Personally, I don't like it. Like being patronized. Yes, exactly. It's so weird. I don't want it. Lee? This is Goku. Wipeout is a racing game that doesn't take much skill, but it takes awareness on not crashing and hitting the walls and such. Oh. Hydrate now. I will hydrate. I like Lee. Nice looking character. Yeah, Lee is top tier in terms of design. Damage wise is pretty good too. You made me able to play this game. Play it. It's nice to come back to this game once in a while. Can I see the burb? Which one? You want this burb? Or you want this burb? One or two. This is two. That is one. One? Okay, one it is. This board specializes in melee and or shotgun. I wanna hug him? Same. Angry parrot or nerdy owl? Now what do I want for this one? If I want to play shotgun? I'll get ultimate firearm for this one. Oh, actually just get counter violence. Counter violence, and then if I can get ultimate firearm, that'll be great. Only in Wipeout would you be going a crushing speed of 120 km per hour, but I think in game it can go up to 500 in one mode. It's been a while since I played the game. I mean 120 seems very fast to me already, and then 500 though? It feels like death. Okay, Lone Wolf 4-player account, let's go. Let's find a shotgun. Shotgun. Occult booster, field proficiency. Nah. Oh, nothing. Oppressor? Sony Racing game for PS1. F-Zero clone. Ooh. HD trilogy on PS3. Good series in own right. Yo, okay. Wipe out, eh? My PS3 is dead though. It's been too long. No one touches it. I'll get this one. Going purely gun. I mean, no shotgun, but I'll take this. My PS3 died too. Oh, yeah, PS3's been way too long. Keek! Punch. Eek. % damage on enemy for the current and next 4 hits with cleave? Oh, this is spam Q. I don't have that build. Those talents though, I know, right? They look so good. You know what is probably very colorful? This Borb's language. This Borb cool. Uh-oh, frame drop, frame drop, frame drop, door stuck, door stuck. Okay, we good. Okay. Early veteran is always good. Door stuck. Eek. Oh, is that a shotgun I see? Wowee. What is it? It's Fierce Wild Hunt. Oh my god. Let me try it. Plus 80% weapon damage for the next 2 shots after reloading. Oh no, this is gonna be so broken. Also, this shotgun might have been the most interesting shotgun I've seen in any game, because this one... Okay. Click, release. So if I do a tap, this is what happens. Which I think it's pretty cool. It shot on release as well, which is very unique. Not the best. Keek. Oh, frame drop. Eek. Help. Oh my god. I think sword is pretty good. Don't use Thunderstorm anymore. It's just so broken. I want armor. Or I got both somehow? Oh my god, stop. Oh. Move. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Was there 1 HP? Looks like it. Eek. I got the eek. The eek. Eek. Bumps. Peek. Oh no, I shouldn't have got that one so fast. Why now? Oh, I cannot. I hate it. Okay, fine. It's okay. If I get the chance to destroy that scroll, I will. It's not bad, it's just too early. I'm taking this one. No shotgun. Projectile will horizontally split for two times? Has it always been the case? 2 times? Very curious. I want it. Hey. Oh, oh. Frame drop, frame drop, frame drop. Everything's fine. Oh my god, how did I miss twice point blank? Before completing 3 rooms, finish 3 times. Defeat assisted 3 enemies within 5 seconds. So I need to go in and kill really fast. I can try it. No. Why? Don't stop stuck. I'm stuck. Kobo. Hey, yeah. What's up, G? Yeah. Kobo here. Oh, why is it you? Oh my god, you're immortal.
Godro bongo godro pet pet godro bongo godro pet pet.
I cannot fight against that. Not with my current build. I think Wild Hunt is good, but I really need that perk before I can use Wild Hunt. And I think a good starting shotgun would be Illusion. I kind of want to do something bad. I'm gonna go for a short break and I'm gonna order drinks. I'll go for a short break. Just a short break. And in the meantime, you guys can look at this dragon still. Look at that. 144 dragon. I can make it premium. Yeah. Look at premium dragon. Premium dragon. In the meantime, I'll take a short break. Normal phases. Normal phase. Dag is always up to something with his Hemi Snaker. It's been a while since I last stopped by Snake's channel. I'm gonna go take a short break. I'll be right back. Very, very fast. And then I'll come back and then I'm just gonna order drink. That is heckin' cute. I know, right? That is heckin' cute. But because of time zones and stream time, I don't really get a chance to rate him. I feel kinda bad about it, but yeah. That is amazing. I believe his channel is... right? Yeah, that's Dag. Or I call him Shiniku. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh, beforehand, before that though, there are a few beans I'm gonna share. Get ready. Although I haven't been able to stop by people's stream lately, I feel kinda bad about it. Nexus is very nice trucken. Ixon is also very nice trucken. Muffin is also very nice trucken. Oh, the trucken. I don't know if I'm missing anyone. But in the back of my mind, I only remember... If I'll shout people out if I remember. Why am I getting shouted out? I'm here. Alright, I'll be right back. Take care of yourself in the meantime, alright? Hydrate, get a good stretch, eat some food, stuff like that, alright? There's ad break going on. Kobolds take it intensely. Yeah. Of course. Very important to look at Dragon. Here war die hunt dwarf. I'm on Food Panda currently. Gonna order drinks. Actually, I'm gonna remove these ones. There we go. Oh gosh, what do I want? So many good ones. The paper bags always get very wet for hot food when I received. Oh. What's your favorite flavor? Peach tea. Peach tea, grape tea, or something like that. A fruit tea will never go wrong in my book. Passion fruit is also really good. Not a fan of mango though, for whatever reason. Yeah, I want peach tea. Big sugar level, a lot less. Plus aloe vera bits. Jimat la code 12%. There's a code that have 12 ringgit discount. God damn, okay. I don't want milk tea. You're passionate about passion fruit, huh? Kinda. It used to be my #1 favorite drink because of the sweet and sour of passion fruit it's a little bit different than lemon. I love it. Smoothie? Ew. Never really a fan of smoothie. Feels like I'm just eating ice. I have to wait for the ice to melt. Lychee black tea? What? Yogurt green tea? What? Yo, yogurt green tea? I want it. Hey, playing Reincarnation alone? I get that. Playing Reincarnation alone meaning that you can only down twice? It's kinda tough. I like dirty milk. Oh, like milk tea, and then they have like caramel sugar on like the side of the cup, right? Yeah. I don't put ice in my smoothies. I just blend frozen fruit with yogurt, bada bing bada boom, delicious. Oh, brown sugar. Is brown sugar caramel sugar? I don't know. Jimat. What? Why can't I use Jimat lah? I want 12 ringgit off, not 7. I'm greedy. Add 9 ringgit more for this voucher. Well, chicken popcorn it is. Oh, adding chicken popcorn. So, whoa, wait, that's fucked up. No, that's actually really good. Okay, so it used to be 33 ringgit. 33 ringgit 39 cents. And it requires 9 ringgit 50 cents more to be able to use the Jimat La discount, which discounts for 12 ringgit. So I added another chicken popcorn, which is like 11 ringgit. And then I got discount and now it's 32 ringgit instead. Let's go, one item for less money. I love the discount sometimes. And tapioca boba. I'm not really a fan of tapioca though. I usually go for aloe vera bits. They are way better. But I will still eat tapioca. It's not bad, just not my first choice. Standard. Wait. Redemption limit on this voucher has already been reached today. You fuck ass, you tell me now? No way. I almost paid for 44 ringgit. Okay, fine, this works too. 7 ringgit. Okay, fine. I was at checkout and it's like, why is it 44 ringgit? Almost got scammed. Okay, done. I ordered drinks. I will be a happy bold. Happy bold with beverages. You know what's funny? I love beverage more than food. So if people were to like gift me beverage, I was like, I will be more happy. It's kind of weird. Like people will usually like gift a meal. It's like, no, I'll pay for this meal. I'll pay for my meal usually. Not usually. Like when it's like special occasion and they'll pay for my meal or something. It's like, thank you. But when people buy T4 or T-box or something like that, it's like, oh my god, thanks. Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah. Happy Boatmas. Yeah. It's a cobalt crema. Cobalt crema. Alright, let's try the borb again. If I get illusion, I'll use it first. I'm not gonna use Wild Hunt until I get the upgrade for the borb. Yeah, Happy Boatmas is a thing, but how about Happy Drunkenness? Like, how about Happy Drunkenness? Upon hitting an enemy with a weapon, deal damage based on the weapon's base damage and projectile count, including all bonuses applied to the triggering hit. Is that good? I don't understand. There's so many words. I'm taking that because it's weapon. Oh no! Why does all of you shook? Fine. I can't use this gun. Eek. And what? I'm not playing Counter-Strike. Why am I using this gun? Eek. Lizard. Lizards are adorable. I love them. A lizard good. Peek. So hard to aim. Hey, my favorite weapon. Oh, it's a double tap. Oh no. Wait, double tap feels really good for this weapon? Question mark? Like a short chance when the magazine is full. The first 3 shots after reloading consume no ammo. When the magazine is full, huh? Sure. Ooh, thanks for the poop and pet, Brecky. I like poop and pet. Very nice. The dart is great. Yeah, this one is pretty good. I like. It was double tap. No. Boobs are always your favorite. Boobs are my favorite too. They're great for a reason. The boobs. I should. No. My favorite weapon is the brick. My favorite weapon is the fire dragon. Like, not only is dragon, it's good at doing elemental damage. Oh, nice. I need to go in now. But the brick can do 1 shot, 1 kill. Brick is actually a sniper in this game. Oh, damage? Brick. Oh, the armor breaks. I want this. Last time is really good. Haven't unlocked the fire dragon yet, sadly. Oh. I forgot how to unlock weapons. Nah. Nah. Oh. A damage. We all know the best weapon is Kobold. Destroy your enemies with cuteness. Hey, Kobold can bite ankles too. I can deal some serious damage on your ankles. Oh. Oh god. Okay. I need to kill fire lizards with fire together. Fire lizards? Oh, on the second stage. Must be a little tough. Fire damage. Probably need to use piercing flame or something? Like the fire sniper. But I'm not a fan of snipers, so I don't know how I did it. Keek! Punch! Keek! Return Ember to the magazine on Beast? Oh, nice. Punch! Is it normal for Arc-like to do so much damage? I feel like that occurring attacks nearby enemies every 4 hit with lightning grant 1 use of dagger fan. They didn't change this one. But it's insane. Is it because of double tap? After leap? Oh yeah. I think I just have been using too much brick. If you want, you could try... I mean, it's not the best for brick, but it could help you unlock the thing. You could use the elemental share Gemini. If you have fire tower or anything that is like of fire element, but fire tower is the best because it's 50%, I believe. You could have them have the Gemini to share elements, and then your brick will have fire. It's kind of a bit of a weird way of doing it, but it works if you like bricks. One of the greatest characters, mortal at least, was defeated through the heel in Greek myth. Give us the term Achilles heel. That's real? So I can bite someone's ankle until they're dead. It's a real strat. Koba's alive. Praise the brick, one-shotting everything is great. And brick is great. You get the shiny thing and they will throw guaranteed crit. It's really good.
Achilles heel. Achilles heel.
Achilles? Okay. This I hate this one. That hits?
Achilles.
Achilles? That still hits, okay.
Archines.
Archines? Achilles. I always pronounce it Achilles. Achilles? Oh no.
Achilles is how I pronounced it.
Achilles. Achilles. Flame shard? Yeah, immune to fire sounds pretty good. Get shield back. Oh.
Achilles.
Achilles. Achilles. The greatest warrior of all time. Gay as hell too, love to see it. Oh! Is it like Greece history? Or mythology? Because the name feels a little bit familiar. Ow, that hits? May or may not have been a real person, or prehistory. It would never be truly known. Ooh, okay. The mystery. What are you doing? Oh, oh, good thing I'm immune to fire. Oh my god. I'm immune to fire. I forgot. I'm only susceptible to explosion damage. Nexus bricks. Nexus bricks. Nexus bricks is so adorable. You and your juke and a half. What is that? If it is true, it took place before written language, so the only record would have been spoken word of him for several generations until someone was finally able to write down the story much later. Greek mythology is fascinating. In Roman myth, Romulus and Remus were the founders of the Roman Empire, but was named after Romulus after the two got into a fight and Romulus killed Remus, who taunted him. Romulus would go on to mourn for the act of killing his own brother. Oh shit.
Romulus.
Romulus. Romulus. Romulus. I'm not trying to butcher someone's name it's not. Good job, TDS. Romulus. Entering caster? Advanced depot? Reinforced eggshell? Fine. Selfless dedication. Oh no! Why selfless dedication? Okay, I can still kill them pretty quickly. Thank goodness, man. guys. Great, they're healing each other. And I keep getting frame drops. I'm getting pissed. I'm getting pissed. Why frame drop at this certain
Okay,
moment?
what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Okay, oh yeah. What an asshole. There we go. Oh, the frame drop is getting bad. Why? Should probably bet. Catch y'all beans later. Okay. Have good sleep. Have good sleep, Brian. Also, high numbers. Merr Chrimas, I'm gonna be big. I'll be big. Beans. I have beans. I want big beans. Berry beans. Oh, beans. And more beans. Yip. Yip on beans. Beans on yip. Yip on beans on yip. I'm here. Oh, beans. More. And more beans. Oh. Yep. Beans, yep, beans, yep, beans, yep. Beans, yep. Beans, yep. High numbers. Merr Chrimas, yep. Also, before I forget. Yeah. I would drink. Night, Brian. You've been yipped. I'm still waiting for my beverage to arrive. I ordered it. Now I'm just waiting for it. Yep. I will yip for beverage. Drinks. Hope you're doing.
Oh. Get yipped. Cutie bold. Dude, you're the cutie snake. Oh. Do it. Do it. Okay. Oh, yeah. The rider picked up my food. Yes. It's almost here. Nova Shockwave. Gigantic explosion. Hitting an enemy with a shot. Each stack plus 1 max armor for 9 seconds, up to 100 stacks. When your armor breaks, deal damage to nearby enemies equal to 50 times the max armor. When Nova Shockwave reaches a stack of 100, using Cleave will consume all the stacks of armor and shield. What? Well, I'll take it anyway. More pets and poops. Thank you. Oh, I see a red chest. No, frame drop. The nutrition arriveth. In 4 minutes, it says. I will consume. Wait, is there a door? Did I miss the door? Oh wait, now I already did it. Oh. Oh, nice. Honestly, glimmering is pretty good. But minus rate of fire is kinda sad. Oh wait, double tap only counts for the initial hit. No, glimmering is bad then. Arc light all the way. I am looking forward for getting the ability to sell guns I don't want. Yeah, that is like really good. Oh no. Oh, rock. There we go. That was surprisingly easy. Reloading deals current weapon damage to enemies within an 8 meters radius. For every 0.5 seconds spent reloading, and additional damage is dealt. Oh, no, yeah, my food is here! Give me a second. I should not be running. Ow. I'm okay, I'm okay. Why is the gate so far away? I got my food, I got my drinks. Hehe. I can eat them now. I can eat them later. Also, I don't need this. I don't need this. I need more art-like. Art-like. Why is it all leap? I'll get this one. Shield armor you currently have. I don't want them to get too much speed though. After doing damage, change player's copper coin amount by -7 to +3. Oh, so it's just gambling. Nah. I'll get this one. Plus 100% damage taken. Damage taken for each hit won't exceed 14% of total max HP. That's bad! For me! When affected by elemental effect, there is a 50% chance to spread the elemental effect to the player. It's so dangerous! The wares on peddlers are 2% more expensive. Do I have the thing? No, I don't, but I do have this. So I guess I'll take it. You can reroll all inscription of the weapon at the craftsman. Craftsman can reroll each weapon up to 3 times. Reroll costs no copper. For every remaining ammo, remaining ammo in the magazine. First strike. I only have 1 ammo. I don't need any of these. Rerolling inscriptions? I guess I can take that. Okay, yeah. Oh, whoa, what? Eek. Hmm? Nếu mà cháu didn't want? No. Okay, no. Oh. Sister came in for a little bit. They want me to end the stream earlier than usual. It's like, no. Then I'm gonna do a Christmas dinner. It's like, okay, I guess. No more scroll or money. I promise someday I'm gonna go back to doing art on Monday. Someday. Oh, what? Oh no, wait a minute. A bunch of bullies. Get up. Get up. Yikey beaky, there's so many of them. Where's the elite? Ow. How many were you shooting? Oh. 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 This is when we get one well done. Any reason you've not been doing art on Monday? I don't know. I feel like every time I want to do art, it's some sort of fear just overcome me. It's not the first time, honestly. I feel like last year this is also very apparent, like happens a lot as well. Like every time I want to do art, and then it's just like, do I really want to do art? Sort of feeling. It's weird, and then the fear just creeps in, and it's like, no, I don't want to do art. So eventually just it's a little sad, honestly. Oh. Oh, no accuracy though, that's kinda scary. Crit X 6.4. So if I want to play as Crit X, Wabham would not be a good one. Or maybe this could be good. Becomes 2 when the first shot kills the enemy, recovers 1 ammo, then makes the other ways, plus 200% lucky shot chance for the second shot, and more lucky shot chance. Overcome fear with cuteness. I hope I can do that. Just with regard to streaming, or would you also not able to do art offline? Yeah, even offline, it's like whenever I get my tablet out, it's like, okay, I'm gonna do something today. And then I look at the tablet, I look at ZBrush, and just like, fuck, I don't know if I don't know if I want to do it. It's especially this month, I feel like. Last month was still pretty okay, I would say. Yeah, for the past few months has been pretty okay. I've been doing art quite consistently, even have the redeem done at some point. And now someone redeemed it and I haven't finished it yet. I feel kinda bad, but at the same time it's like, But honestly, I feel like this is just my own issue, which is not the best. Yeah. I'll work on it. I'll definitely work on it. Warp speed. Oh, oops, I thought I was up already. No, I'm bad. I cannot believe I didn't first try that shit. Oop. There we go. Lightning shard. Merr Chrimas space. Hi. Happy holidays. Welcome in. Offers pets of encouragement. Thank you. I'll definitely work on it. I'll try to sort of. Oh, yeah, I can do it. I'll try to sort of like ease myself into doing art someday, especially next week if I can. I'll try my best. Also, how you doing, Space? Ya been? I hope you're enjoying the holidays and Krima. Oh, I got sniped. What kind of game am I playing? Am I playing some sort of carnival game? There we go. Carnival game moment. Oh my god. Dream. Where is Merr? We need to just do it. Make your dreams come true. Sound clip from Shia LaBeouf. That you know what? That clip may be a meme, but honestly, during university years, it helped me through tough times. It really did. I'm doing okay. Nice. Good to know. But in all honesty, I believe you can do it. The hardest part is starting. Yes. That's the thing. The hardest part is starting, definitely. So yeah, I'll try to ease myself into starting an art. Don't force it, but ease myself to it. Uh-oh. The tornado. Oh, did you? Oh. Wolf Gaze is actually pretty good too. I'm gonna get Wolf Gaze. Let's play with some weapons I never really touched before. Only used for a little bit. Wolf Gaze right click is really strong. Like this one. Left click is too hard. I don't like the fast taps, but this one is more manageable. Don't. I've been using Chichak too much. Too much Chichak. Too much Traken as well. This is too strong. Art like is still fine. I don't use art like as much. What? What hit me? Maybe this will be like my last or second last run, depending on how well I do. Why is it all? Oh no. No. I didn't need any of these. Plus 50% weapon damage on your next shot slash after. Okay, fine. That works, that works. Those are really good descriptions. There, 7 times? Nice. Gonna upgrade to this thing. This should be fine. I think my damage is good enough to kill elites. Like, consistently. Not when I keep missing like that. Oh. Oh wait, do I have corrosion start? Oh, I do have corrosion shot. Let's go. Paranormality. Oh wait, I have reinforced eggshell. Yeah, I'll get this one. Just because of reinforced eggshell. Maybe I shouldn't have spent all my money there. Oh, yikes. Fun fact. The first hockey mask was created because one day a goalie got hit in the face by a puck, and because of this he made a homemade mask in order to protect his face. Oh. Originally they didn't like his mask idea, but eventually teams made it a common thing. Oh my god, this is too good. No. Do not be tempted by god tier items. I'm not a tier whore. I guess it's kind of hard to accept something new at first, but when they see the practicality of it, yeah, eventually they'll accept it. But also that's pretty cool. A homemade mask made into like a commercialized thing. In a way it's cool, in a way it might be a little bit sad because there's no more personality to it. Of course it has to be you! I'm just getting fat bullied! I got fat bullied that I went up here. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. I actually survived that shit. Actually got fat bullied. Okay, minus sleep cooldown, that would be nice. %, chance, minus 35% elemental effect chance. Oh, it's not that good. So. Brook. The sports organizers asked him not to wear it, but he refused because, man, the injury pic they took of him was ugly. That thing did a number of his nose and face, and I think his jaw too. And then they still told him not to wear the mask? That's stupid! Don't they have common sense? Good god. Well, they deserve to get shit on if that's the case. After that injury, and then they still don't want him to wear a protection? I mean, I get the get your head in the game mindset, but that's a little bit too much in my book. Ammo belt and fast loader, okay. That's rough, that's rough. That was back in the very first days of sports. Okay, that's fair. Maybe the sense of protection is not there yet. Okay, I was too hasty. I was too hasty with my judgment. Frame drop, frame drop. In the next 60 hits on enemies, achieve more than 20 critical hits. Doesn't seem too hard. And more crit X? Okay, I'll do it. I for one like goalie's faces not being hit by hockey pucks, right? So I'm glad about the development of mass being a thing. Yeah, I'm glad too. No one needs to get hurt in sports. Any safety precautions, yeah, just use them. It's there for a reason. Sports are dangerous, but also they're really fun. I get that. I fucking love badminton, but because my legs is now fucking not healed yet, so I cannot play badminton for at least a month, I feel like. This is gonna take a while to recover. Ow. Oh no! No, I didn't see that. Yeah, especially when that 8-pounder thing going over 100 miles per hour hits you. On the face, I'm surprised that person is still alive. Bird is tough. Maybe I should change my game plan for Bird. Play with... I could try to go for skill damage. I could play with E and Q. Alright, it's 5:26. I think... Wait, it's 5:26 already? I might have to stop here. God damn it. I wish your leg a speedy recovery. And I said that once, but it doesn't hurt to say it twice. Definitely. Thank you. I've been taking good care of it, so it should be fine. And it will recover soon. Still early? Well, not for my dad. My dad wants me to go for a family dinner. Although I'm sorry if I sound insensitive about this. Sorry. That was not my intention. But yeah, it is what he wants me to do, so yeah. Might have to stop soon. Let me think. Let me think. As much as I want to play more, I don't think I can. Because I feel like... I mean, only one way to play is that I die really early. Which I don't want. You know, I want a complete full run. So, I don't think I can play more. Also, Hierarchs. Merr Chrimas. And I apologize to you once more if that sounded very insensitive to you. Again, that was not my intention. Fine, okay, no, don't look at it, don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. I actually forgot about Dragon's Dogma today. I could have done that, but I didn't. Why? I have no idea. Why didn't I? I'm so confused sometimes. Yeah, give me a second. Here. I hope the family dinner will be good. It can get a bit stressful during these holidays. Yeah. Especially when, I mean, when mom and the second sister is out, and to be honest, dad hasn't been the best ever since, or like for these few months. Not been the best, but I'm not gonna vent it here for now. I'm still okay, just very uncalled for, you know. A lot of things that my dad said to me has been quite uncalled for, but I'm okay because I'm still able to do this. So I'm gonna count my blessings. Order pet pits. Thank you. Thank you. Although in the meantime, I should probably find a right target real quick. Well, my PC is actually chugging. I wonder why. Why is my PC chugging so hard? All the pets though. Thank you. I like pets. More pets. Although I'll apologize once again because this Chrimas, you know, this Chrimas, I didn't really plan for anything. I don't really plan for anything. It's just me being here with Chrimas Jester head with a bit of a jiggle physics. I think that's pretty much it. I didn't do much for this year's Christmas. I was hoping that I might be able to do something a little bit special, other than just me being here playing a game. I wanted it to be a little bit more involving, but hey, I didn't do it. I'm sorry. Hopefully next year. Well, hopefully next year or the next big event or something. I'll try my best. Yeah. You being here is all we need. I'll take that, thank you. Okay, so let's see. We rated... Oh. More pets and poops. Oh, thank you. The amount of pets, oh my god. Oh my goodness. I'm not too sure who to raid. I'm just glad I'm getting pet while I'm finding a raid target. All the pets, oh my god. I raided Daisy once, right? And I raided Jester, raided Nita? Let me try looking at this. Cobalt tag. Me too, Carl and Daisy. I mean, I want to look at Dragon Tag, but Dragon Tag is always just anime girl. Yeah, a lot of anime girls. Why though? There's just someone straight up watching Dragon Balls. They're just watching Dragon Balls. Oh my god. Wow, that's kinda cool. You can do this on Twitch? you just watch Dragon Ball? Why do anime gurus use the dragon tag? I don't know. Oh, I think I might know. Because they are like dragon tail. They have dragon tail but anime face. Maybe that's why they use the dragon tag. Look, me personally, I don't like that, okay? I don't like what do you call those aesthetic? Monster girl. Yeah, I personally don't really like monster girl kind of thing, so they are like anime human dragon hybrid characters or something like that. Yeah, they. Not my thing, not my thing. Not dragon enough. Humans? No. Yeah, no thanks. Glad we're on the same page. Ads are snooze. No ads, please. Fuck you, Twitch. I don't like ad. Can I rate Jester again? Can I rate Jester again? Ooh, Jester is playing Lethal Company. Lethal Company. There it is. The caption sometimes so hard to get. Lethal Company. Ow. I'm spinning. If you're going to call yourself a dragon, go all the way. None of this. I'm still a traditionally not human, but with horns and tail stuff. That's a dietous form of diet dragon. I wouldn't even count that as a dragon, honest. Like, I've seen so many games and stuff that's like, I'm a dragon, and then shows like an anime girl, I just immediately uninstall the game right away. So many cases like that. Like, someone told me that, hey, I heard you like dragons. There's a dragon in the game. I get into it, I got baited, I got the unit, and it's like, it's anime girl. Uninstall. Blocked. Blocked. Blacklisted. That JK. I wouldn't go that far. But I was upset. No, people lied to me. I'm gonna rate Jester. It's fine. It's fine. Why does this model make me spin? Hi, Joe. Merr Chrimas. Oh, wait, Jester just rated out. God damn it, Jester. It's okay. Spin. Merr Chrimas. I hope you're having a good holiday. It's human with homeopathic dragon content. Yeah, I don't like that. I want a full-blown dragon. The dragon. Do I rate Danzy again? I always feel kinda whenever I get shouted out and then it showed a clip. I don't clean my clips, which is kinda bad. I believe I mentioned this multiple times before. But I don't clean my clips. And then sometimes when it shows like a utterly old clip or just like a random clip and there's nothing happening, I just feel kinda I just want to cover my own face and everything. That is saying this. No, don't do it, please. I look, for real, don't do it. For real, don't. It's just like it's just a bit of my feeling towards Clippy, which is also why I don't use Clippy. You can feature clips to also be chosen first. I have a lot of featured clips. I heard about that, the featured clips, but that didn't happen. You can look at my profile, featured clips. It's all Little Company and then some other things. And some party animals. And some Tekken 8, and some Tears of the Kingdom stuff, and the Bone Zone, and yeah, those things. Here, I can show you a little bit. This one. I know, give me a second. Here. These are my featured clips. Nah. My featured clips. So I don't know why I didn't show the first, like they didn't show the clips first. It was kind of weird. In that case, they're lying to us, right? How could they? But it's okay. When they show the clip, I'm just gonna run away for a little bit and then come back and interact with Daisy. Hi cutie butt. Hi TT. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. Merr Chrimas. Happy holidays. Welcome in. I'm gonna raid out soon. Merr Chrimas. Merp. I haven't seen Merp stream in a while. Niche just appeared. Oh! Ooh, you're right. Niche just appeared. Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, you got rickrolled! Oh my god, Breen. Hi again, Breen. Yeah, we can... Ow. Help. I'm okay.
No.
Why? Okay, let me do the plugs real quick. I'm just gonna summon Bernie first.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
I'm once again asking for your financial support. Also my Discord. Another on Kobo. And not in public. There, my Discord. Oh
You can
no.
support me directly with Ko-fi right here, https://ko-fi.com/godroxen.
Co-5. Oh yeah, Co-5. You're right.
Interested to join the Forest Guardians homie home? Now you can do that by clicking the link right here.
I probably
Dragon
should change.
JAM https://discord.gg/h6bispu6f.
Forest Guardians Homie Home. That's like my first ever Discord name. Do I want to change that? I honestly don't know. Because I'm now a kobold. I'm not changing the background because kobold can still roam around forest like that. That used to be for my Forest Guardian. But whatever, it's just a background. Kobold Cove. Oh, Kobold Cove? Kobold Cove. Kobold Horde. Kobold Horde. And then also my socials. Nah. YouTube. Wait, sorry, my brain actually just restarted. I want to say something about YouTube, and then my brain just go like YouTube twice, and then actually shut down. Oh no. Archive VODs shit, okay.
Bird. https://twitter.com/godroxenyt. https://www.youtube.com/channel/uke7zgjmajlanwin14-k3bxa6w blue circle cloud. https://bsky.app/profile/tylra.bsky.social.
Beesky. Well, join Beesky Bird. It's emoticons like this bird. This. Oh, if you add colon on the bird, it gets that. So if I were to TTS this, where's my TTS?
Bird.
That works. Okay, that's all the plug. I'm gonna share rid of the rate message. It's okay because I wanted to use a slightly different rate message this time. I want to do something with Crema. Something Christmas. Rest well, thank you, Joe. Y'all rest well too. Hello and welcome. Neo69, nice.
Bird rat.
Thanks for the follow.
Bird rat.
That bird rat just reminds me of like, you know, rat in the middle of the couch and then so many birds behind. Oh no. Happy holidays to all of you as well. The raid message, let me think. Merr Chrimas. Kiss me under the mistletoe? Why does it have to be under the mistletoe? Happy holidays. Braz's couch with a rat dog. This will be the raid message for this time. Merr Chrimas. But here's the thing: if you want to spell Merry Christmas like properly, you can do it too. Or any kind of Merry Christmas spelling, sure is fine. We're raiding niche, the Draken. Okay, that's a raid message, and then we're gonna type raid to NIET. Simple name, I can respect that. Okay, type in the raid. I'm gonna stop here. Thought you were doing a Kobo. I am a Kobo. Kobo can wait into Dragon. Dragon good. Dragon good. Okay, nah. So I'm gonna go get some family dinner now. So I will not be streaming on Tuesday and Wednesday as always. And Thursday I'll see what I do. Maybe Dragon's Dogma or something else, alright? So before the raid, I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Also know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Merry Christmas once again. Happy holidays. And here comes the raid to niche. Boom. Happy holidays from Kobold friends. Oh, I mean that works. Hell yeah. What was mine again? I forgot. Merry Christmas from Kobold friends. Oh, that's mine. And that works. Yeah, that works. I can do it. We can do it. We can use that raid message. Yeah, it's fine. Dog? Dog noises. Yeah, honestly, I never really celebrated Christmas like this, but I think this year's Christmas, it's not much, but to me it's quite special. I think it's pretty good. I like it. I like this special Christmas. So thanks for making my Christmas special, all of you being here. I truly appreciate all of you. I really do. Alright? It's because of you I get to do this. Alright? I'll see you guys on Thursday. Happy holidays. Take care of yourself. Right? Take care, everyone. Smooches. I'll wait for the timer to go down. In the meantime, I just keep the beans like this. Okay? See you guys on Thursday. Take care. Bye bye.